Across the vast African savanna, the pursuit of survival never truly pauses. Each sunrise signals the beginning of new struggles in a land where nature offers no mercy. Here, staying alive is not a matter of choice, but a demand imposed by a harsh and unforgiving environment. Survival relies on a balance of strength and intelligence. Predators plan every move with precision while prey sense danger carried by the wind and rising dust. In this open and uncertain landscape, life hangs by a fragile thread each day, balanced between instinct and miscalculation, between escape and collapse. The savanna is a stage without boundaries or second chances, where every decision can determine whether life continues or fades away. In this wild world, the fight to exist shapes every creature and sets the timeless rhythm of Africa. At first light, dawn spreads across the African plains, washing the landscape in a gentle glow filtered through the morning mist. Across the dry terrain, vast groups of animals move in coordinated waves, creating a living current that never truly stops. Zebras, antelope, and elephants scatter across the savanna, forming a familiar biological pattern unique to this ecosystem. Among them, the African buffalo stand out, moving in a dense, disciplined formation. The herd advances as a single organized force. Adult buffalo can weigh between 600 and 900 kilograms, and their heavy curved horns serve as powerful defensive tools. This strength places them among the most formidable herbivores in Africa. Their high survival rate is largely due to their habit of traveling in large, tightly knit groups that offer protection through unity. Not far away, a pride of lions remains concealed within the tall grass, carefully avoiding detection. Their eyes track every shift in the herd as they wait for the right moment. These predators rely on stealth and patience, often focusing on younger or weakened individuals to improve their chances of success. In the murky waters of nearby rivers, Nile crocodiles lie motionless, alert to the slightest vibration. They strike only when prey comes close, most often when buffalo enter the water to drink or cross during the dry season. Here, the delicate balance between hunter and hunted reflects the principles of natural selection. Each movement of the herd carries hidden danger, but it also reveals a collective strategy shaped by generations of survival. The compact structure of the herd greatly reduces the risk of individuals becoming isolated. Adult buffalo typically take positions at the front, assessing the terrain and identifying safe routes, while calves remain protected at the center. On average, the group can travel several kilometers a day in search of food and water. During the dry season, access to water becomes the deciding factor for survival, forcing the herd toward marshes and remaining streams, places that also draw a wide range of predators. In a stretch of shallow water, hundreds of African buffalo gather to drink and replenish fluids lost during long hours of movement. Heavy breathing mixes with the sound of splashing hooves, creating the soundscape of this massive assembly. Yet danger still lingers within the vegetation surrounding the wetland. A pride of more than 10 lions moves carefully through the cover, watching for an opening. A calf positioned near the edge of the group quickly becomes the most exposed target. Its movement does not go unnoticed and soon draws the attention of the lions. The herd reacts instantly. The buffalo close ranks forming a defensive circle, pushing the calf toward the center, while the largest adults position themselves as a living shield. This coordinated response sharply reduces the lion's chances of success, forcing them to abandon the attempt. Once the threat subsides, the herd returns to its original formation and resumes drinking, remaining alert in case the predators return. Under the soft light of the afternoon, the group gathered at the water's edge reveals the strong social cohesion of the species. In the distance, a lion injured during the failed attack withdraws to avoid further strain. The space between predator and prey is restored, allowing the ecosystem to regain its natural balance. African buffalo sustain their populations through a reproductive cycle that continues year-round. However, the most favorable period for breeding coincides with the rainy season when food becomes more abundant. Under these conditions, females have better opportunities to carry pregnancies and nourish their young. Gestation lasts about 11 months, and typically a single calf is born with each cycle. At birth, the calf weighs between 30 and 40 kilograms and is able to stand within minutes, guided by strong, innate reflexes. The mother quickly removes the membrane covering the newborn, reducing unfamiliar scents and reinforcing recognition of its natural smell within the herd. Once the calf is strong enough to remain on its feet, the mother quickly leads it toward the center of the herd, where the risk of predation is much lower during the first months of life. At this early stage, maternal milk is the primary source of nutrition. As time passes, the young gradually begin to graze, slowly adapting to the adult diet while still relying on the protection of the group. Calf mortality is high due to constant pressure from predators such as crocodiles, lions, hyenas, and cheetahs. Even a brief separation from the herd can prove fatal. Between their first and second year, young buffalo learn critical survival behaviors by observing the herd, including how to identify threats and locate reliable water sources. As they mature, young males often leave the group, while females usually remain, helping preserve the herd's social structure. Buffalo herds play a vital role in maintaining the balance of the savanna ecosystem. Their movement compacts and disturbs the soil, promoting seed germination and supporting plant regeneration. They also serve as an important food source for many large predators, making them a key element of the food chain. The continued presence of African buffalo is widely regarded as a clear indicator of a healthy and resilient savanna. If you found this content meaningful and insightful, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel to keep exploring the raw and authentic realities of the wild. The Serengeti Plains stretch across more than 29,000 square kilometers of East Africa, supporting one of the largest concentrations of herbivores on Earth. During the rainy season, lush grasslands flourish, creating ideal conditions for these animals to thrive. As the rains fade, food sources gradually decline and the land becomes increasingly dry, setting the stage for one of nature's greatest movements. Wildebeest populations within the Serengeti Mara ecosystem number between 1.8 and 2 million individuals, making them the most abundant species in the savanna's ecological structure. Their massive herds flow across valleys and dried riverbeds, forming a living river that is unmistakable on the landscape. The growing scarcity of water and fresh grazing acts as the primary trigger for their migratory behavior. This journey spans nearly 500 kilometers, carrying the herds from the southern Serengeti in Tanzania to the Masai Mara region of Kenya. It is the largest remaining migration of mammals on the planet. In its early stages, millions of animals move together in groups that can stretch for dozens of kilometers. Alongside them travel more than 100,000 zebras, as well as smaller antelope species such as Thompson's gazelles. Dietary differences allow these species to migrate side by side without directly competing for food. Zebras typically graze on the taller, tougher grasses at the top, while wildebeest focus on shorter, more mature shoots below. In the first days of the journey, the herds must cross vast arid zones, facing dehydration, exhaustion, and intense heat. Young animals rely heavily on the experience of older individuals to avoid dangerous terrain and follow safer routes. Along the way, the herds pause briefly to recover energy. When predators like lions or hyenas appear, the pace quickens to reduce the risk of attack. This migration is more than a simple relocation. It is a continuous process that redistributes nutrients across the savanna, shaping the ecosystem through each seasonal cycle. The passage of millions of hooves reshapes the ground year after year, altering soil structure and influencing how vegetation grows and spreads. This constant movement plays a direct role in the ecological rhythm of the savanna, renewing the landscape with each migration. As the herds push farther north, they encounter the most dangerous barrier along their route, the Mara River. With powerful currents and hidden rocks beneath the surface, this river marks the most critical challenge of the entire journey. For thousands of animals, the crossing represents the greatest test of survival they will face. Beneath the surface, Nile crocodiles lie motionless, concealed in the muddy riverbed, and ready to strike with astonishing speed. Over generations, these predators have learned to rely on the predictable timing of the migration, allowing them to anticipate the arrival of the herds with remarkable accuracy. As the animals gather at the river's edge, the collective noise fades, a clear sign of rising tension and caution. The animals at the front hesitate, gauging the depth of the water and the strength of the current before making the first move. Once one steps in, the rest follow almost instantly, maintaining the unity of the group. The thunder of thousands of hooves crashing into the river echoes across the banks as bodies surge into the flow. Those forced into deeper or slower sections of the channel face a higher risk of being swept away, becoming easy targets for waiting crocodiles. A crocodile's bite can exert crushing force, capable of overpowering even large prey. Amid the chaos, many animals continue swimming forward, driven by an instinct that demands they reach the opposite shore. This relentless push ensures the migration endures from one generation to the next. Those that survive the crossing regroup and continue their journey toward the greener grasslands of the north. At the same time, the animals that fail to survive the crossing become a vital source of energy for crocodiles and other scavengers within the ecosystem. In this way, the migration supports the long-term balance of the Serengeti by redistributing nutrients, renewing grazing areas, and sustaining multiple levels of the food chain. Zebras continue to move alongside the wildebeest, and this shared journey improves early detection of predators, as each species relies on different sensory strengths. Together, these animals travel side by side, forming a vast moving current that stretches across the open plains. Young individuals learn how to navigate the landscape and recognize danger by observing the reactions and behavior of the herd. The sight of millions of animals advancing beneath the golden light of the sun reveals an ecosystem built on deep interdependence. This strong collective cohesion reduces the impact of predation and helps stabilize populations through the changing seasons, ensuring that the rhythm of life on the savanna continues uninterrupted. The Masai Mara savanna is an open landscape shaped by low grasses and scattered stands of acacia trees. These conditions are ideal for giraffes, whose unique anatomy allows them to feed on vegetation that remains out of reach for most other animals. An adult giraffe can stand between 5.5 and 6 meters tall. This towering frame is the result of long-term adaptation to dry, open environments. Its neck, extending over 2 meters, is the key feature that enables access to the highest tree canopies. Despite its length and weight, the neck remains remarkably flexible, supported by just 7 vertebrae, the same number found in most mammals. Giraffes feed primarily on young acacia leaves, which are rich in nutrients. To browse without injury, they use an exceptionally long tongue reaching up to 45 or even 50 centimeters, coated with thick protective tissue that shields it from sharp thorns. Their long, powerful legs allow efficient movement across open ground, while their height provides a wide field of view to spot potential threats from afar. However, this impressive stature becomes a challenge when giraffes need to drink. To lower their heads safely, they must spread their front legs and carefully lean forward. Their circulatory system operates under unusually high blood pressure, supported by a heart weighing around 11 to 12 kilograms, strong enough to pump blood all the way to the brain. A sophisticated network of valves within the neck arteries helps regulate blood flow when the head is raised or lowered suddenly. Even their coat plays a protective role. Irregular patterns of light brown and yellow blend with the surrounding light and shadows of the savanna. This natural camouflage reduces visibility to predators, adding another layer of defense in an open and demanding environment. Each day, giraffes travel across wide areas in search of treetops with fresh, nutritious leaves. Their feeding activity peaks during the early morning and late afternoon when temperatures are cooler. By consuming large amounts of vegetation, they help regulate shrub growth and play an important role in maintaining the balance of the savanna ecosystem. Despite their imposing size, giraffes face serious threats from lions. Young individuals are the most vulnerable members of the species. When danger approaches, giraffes rely on powerful kicks from their hind legs as their primary defense. A single well-placed strike can cause severe injuries and is strong enough to break the bones of an adult lion. Water sources represent one of the most dangerous moments in a giraffe's daily routine. Lowering the head to drink greatly reduces their ability to monitor the surroundings. Lion prides often exploit this weakness, moving silently through cover to close the distance before launching an attack. For this reason, giraffes approach rivers and watering holes with extreme caution. Before drinking, they assess wind direction and scan the area for signs of predators. If a potential threat is detected, the group straightens up immediately and retreats without hesitation. Still, not all dangers can be anticipated. When a calf becomes separated from the group, the risk of predation increases dramatically. Lion prides coordinate their movements to cut off escape routes and gain a tactical advantage. In a typical attack, lions aim to bite or strike the hind legs, attempting to destabilize the giraffe and bring it to the ground. Once the prey collapses, its chances of survival drop rapidly. The lions then target the neck, delivering the final blows that end the struggle. After the giraffe dies, its massive body becomes a vital source of energy for many other species. Scavengers such as hyenas and vultures soon arrive, feeding on the remains and carrying the process of consumption forward. This natural sequence ensures the redistribution of nutrients across the landscape and helps preserve ecological balance within the Mara ecosystem. Through death and renewal, the savanna sustains its complex web of life, where every loss supports the survival of countless others. The calm waters of the Londolozi River shimmer beneath Africa's golden sun, hiding untold stories below the surface. A group of massive hippos rests close together, their gray bodies mostly submerged with only eyes and ears, breaking the mirror of the water. At first glance, the scene feels peaceful, but within the group, an unseen tension begins to rise. Two fully grown males, enormous and scarred from past confrontations, start circling each other with measured caution. Their jaws slowly open, revealing long, formidable tusks that catch the sunlight like polished ivory. The herd senses the danger. Younger hippos grow restless while mothers nudge their calves towards safer, quieter sections of the river. Deep rumbling calls roll from their throats, vibrating through the air. Both males lower their heads, every muscle tightening in anticipation. Then, without warning, the stillness shatters. The giants surge forward, colliding with tremendous force and sending sheets of water crashing outward. The impact echoes along the riverbank, a raw display of power dominance and ancient instinct. Powerful jaws clamp shut with bone-crushing strength. Thick hides absorb the blows as water churns violently around them, briefly darkened by the intensity of the struggle. The rest of the group watches in tense silence, ears twitching, bodies frozen. Waves explode outward as the rivals shove, twist, and bite, neither willing to retreat. Even the river itself seems to recoil. Its once smooth surface is torn apart by the clash of the giants. Roars blend with the sound of rushing water rolling across the reserve like distant thunder. After repeated charges and relentless pressure, exhaustion begins to claim the weaker contender. Movement slow, strength fades, and the balance of power quietly shifts beneath the African sun. At last, his resistance breaks. The defeated male withdraws slowly, slipping into the shadows of the reeds until he vanishes from sight. Beaten and displaced, he leaves the river to the victor. The dominant hippo rises higher in the water chest, heaving, head lifted, jaws wide, in a booming display of triumph that echoes across the channel. Dawn drifts over Londolozi. A pale light dusts the crowns of the acacia trees as a pride of lions moves toward the river. A long night patrol has left their throats dry and thirst draws them forward. Their paws barely disturb the sand and reeds as they approach the bank. The river murmurs softly, stitching together ripples and quiet breaths. Cubs snort gently, lionesses exhale in slow rhythm. For a fleeting moment, the tension loosens. Golden eyes soften, whiskers catch tiny beads of moisture, and shoulders relax beneath the warming light. Nearby kingfishers slice into the water. A turtle surfaces briefly. Reeds trace lazy patterns across the current. The calm feels secure until the heart of the river suddenly stirs. Two bloodshot eyes break the surface like warning beacons. A massive hippo rises, water streaming from its powerful frame. Its jaws open impossibly wide, ivory tusks flashing in the sun. On the shore, the lions lower their heads, pink tongues touching the cool, slow-moving water. Then comes the first bellow, born from deep within the riverbed. It sounds like stone cracking beneath the surface, rolling outward, tearing through the fragile quiet of morning. Silence follows, brief and absolute. Then the river erupts in silver chaos. The hippo asserts its claim with an ancient roar, a declaration older than any throne. The lions freeze mid-drink, ears snap upright, muscles tighten as instinct redraws the battlefield around the water's edge. The dominant male lifts his mane into the passing breeze and answers with a deep, controlled growl, carefully judging the space between them. The pride understands at once. This time the water will not be shared. Territories are declared through sound and presence alone. Confronted by the river's warning, the Londolozi lions turn away, following the flow of water with wounded pride but clear intent. They do not retreat in failure. They move forward in silence, studying tracks as if they were ancient symbols written into the pale sand. Ahead, a lone hippo leaves the river searching for shade and rest beneath the wide canopy of a fig tree. The moment tightens like a drawn bow. Golden bodies sink low, spreading outward through grass and thorn. The air grows heavy with caution. Flies circle lazily. Dust carries a sharp metallic scent. Whiskers tremble with anticipation. The hippo senses the threat, nostrils flare, breath bursts outward, feet strike the ground with confidence. A deep rumble answers the lion's low snarls. Amber eyes glow, massive shoulders shift, strategy forms without a single sound. The leader calculates distance, wind direction, and escape routes. Bravery without precision brings injury, an old truth learned under unforgiving suns. In a single suspended instant, both sides surge forward. Force meets force. Authority clashes with hunger. Roars merge with heat as the giant's jaws flash ivory and the savanna trembles beneath the impact. The lions strike low, aiming for the flanks. Jaws snap higher, colliding like iron against living stone. Claws rake across thick hide, searching for weakness beneath natural armor. The hippo answers with a terrifying charge, sheer mass and fury hurling two lionesses into the thorns. The ground shudders, dust erupts, bodies skid and stumble. A cub cries out and darts behind a protective leg as the struggle reshapes the land in seconds. A final coordinated push unfolds. 3 lines close in as dust rises in tall bursts from the ground. The massive animal hesitates, bellowing defiance, but withdrawal becomes unavoidable. The river seems to call him back. Shallow water offers both shelter and an end to the confrontation. As dusk settles over Londolozi, the pride turns homeward, their steps barely whispering across the brittle grass. The lionesses gather tightly, touching wounds with gentle nudges, their whiskers trembling. The cubs watch in silence, unsettled by a weight they do not yet understand. One sibling presses softly against the injured lion, urging him to hold on a little longer. He answers faintly, his tail flicking once before falling still like grass after the wind has passed. Warm breath fades into the cooling air. The world narrows to heartbeats, familiar footsteps, and the faces of those he once hunted beside. His eyes lose their fire, shifting from gold to dull amber, then to gray. Each breath grows shorter than the last, until it stops. A female lifts her head and releases a low, enduring call, a sound that carries sorrow across the thorned earth. Others join in their voices, weaving together grief reshaped into memory. The leader raises his head. His golden eyes burn with a quiet intensity, refusing to dim beneath the night breeze. He steps from the shadows, restraint wrapped tightly around resolve. The pride follows, paws brushing the dry grass. Wind moves across the savannah, urging instinct forward. Determination sharpens, hard and unyielding like stone against steel. Above, the stars turn slowly while the land records every step. This night balances will be settled where moonlight touches the water. Near the bank, a lone hippo leaves the current, seeking firm ground, confident in his size and unaware of what draws near. He does not sense the closing circle. Reeds quiver. Owls blink awake. The grass holds its breath. From several directions, the lions emerge, flowing silently out of the dark. Shoulders drop, low tails. Held steady, anger coiled tight like loaded springs. Deep growls simmer beneath the grass. Muscles lock into place. Eyes narrow, catching the moonlight like hammered silver. At an unseen signal, the circle tightens. Shadows overlap. Dust rises softly like the breath of sleeping stone. The hippo startles. A burst of panic bellows tears through the night. He charges forward in fury, but darkness has become a net, every exit watched, every path cut off. One lioness feints from the right, another strikes from the left. The leader drives from the center, redirecting the force of the group. Water splashes beneath frantic hooves. Reeds whip and snap. The massive body surges, trying to shatter the disciplined storm around him. Claws find purchase in thick hide. Jaws clamp onto belly and flanks. Strength meets patience, and patience begins to prevail. The hippo lunges again, dragging a young male backward. Dust erupts in violent plumes. Silence fractures into harsh noise. Still, the pressure never eases, the rotation never stops. Each charge steals breath, carving exhaustion deep into the giant's body. A sharp command cuts the air. 3 forms cross at once. Balance collapses. The river titan stumbles hard. Moonlight reveals open wounds. Foam hangs from the jaws, breathing shortens. Fear floods instinct, only to crash against relentless coordination. One final synchronized strike. Left, right, center, everything collides, roars stack upon one another. The hippo folds. Knees tear through the soil, the body crashes down with a dull final thud. Claws anchor in place, bites drive deeper. Water and dust merge, burying fear beneath the earth. The struggle fades, then stops. The circle loosens. Night exhales. Above the stars bear witness to a debt paid in blood. Red spreads across the cracked ground. A brutal signature is left behind, etched where raw dominance met unyielding order. As the sun sinks beyond the African savanna, the clashes seem to fade, but the struggle for life never truly ends. In the wild, there are no permanent victories, only brief moments earned to keep breathing one more day. Survival is shaped by strength, intelligence, and the ability to adapt. A single mistake can mean everything is lost. In this unpredictable land, life hangs by a thread each day, fragile, exposed, and unforgiving. These are not merely moments of natural conflict. They are stories of endurance, instinct, and determination in a world that shows no mercy. The African savanna closes another chapter, reminding us that here, staying alive is already a triumph. Across the vast, unforgiving savannas of Ethiopia, survival is not shaped by peace, but by constant struggle. This is a land where every sunrise brings a new battle, and where even the most unlikely encounters can become legend. Among them is one of the most astonishing conflicts ever observed, a quiet, relentless clash between baboons and lions. Here, baboons are far from helpless prey. Organized, alert, and fiercely bold, they stand their ground against the very predators that rule these plains. And lions, the undisputed monarchs of the savannah, do not easily forget. What begins as a failed hunt can ignite into something far more dangerous, a calculated act of retaliation that defies the expected balance of the wild. In Ethiopia's wilderness, collective intelligence can strike as powerfully as teeth and claws, and courage can rival sheer physical strength. Every stare carries a warning. Every movement sparks tension. There is no sanctuary for weakness and no room for hesitation, because even a single moment of doubt can decide life or death. On the scorched cliffs of the Ethiopian plateau, dry winds weave through jagged rocks, carrying the harsh scent of parched earth and the faint murmur of a land on the edge of collapse. Within a restless troop of baboons, a young infant witnessed something no juvenile should ever see. The fall of its mother, taken not by its own kind, but by the silent grip of a leopard. the shadowy hunter of the thickets. From that moment on, a quiet sense of retribution began to stir within the clan. Dawn broke over the highlands beneath a veil of pale mist. The wind swept through low shrubs, lifting dust and scattering the distant echoes of morning. A group of francolins scratched through the leaf litter in search of insects, only to be startled into flight by the deep, resonant calls of baboons echoing against the rocky slopes. Timu, still only months old, was beginning to explore the basics of survival, searching for food and learning to kin. Yet he was soon cast aside by his own troop. His mother had been lost to a predator, and he was left to wander alone among stones and thorny brush. In time, he crossed paths with other outcast males. At first, suspicion defined their encounters, but the chill of night and the ache of hunger pushed them toward cooperation. They began to share what little they found: fruit, shelter, warmth. In the open wilderness, a fragile alliance took shape, bound not by kinship, but by the simple need to endure. As the years passed, no elder guided Timu's path, and it was this absence that shaped him. Once a vulnerable and abandoned infant, he hardened into something far more resilient. His body grew stronger, his features sharpened, and his fear transformed into awareness. It no longer held him back, it drove him to observe, to remember, and to anticipate. Many would have expected him to perish, yet among thorns and constant danger he endured. He learned to locate food, to evade hostile claws, and to choose safe places to rest. At one point, a lioness shadowed his group for days. Her amber gaze followed them from a distance, appearing at dusk and forcing them to alter their movements. Unknowingly, her presence refined their instincts, silent coordination, meaningful glances, and an ever-present readiness for conflict. The loss of his mother never faded from Timu's mind. It became more than memory, it was a quiet force driving him forward. He understood that survival alone was not enough. He had to grow stronger. Each scar, each sleepless night in the cold, each brush with death shaped him into something new, resilient, cunning, and formidable. While Timu was being forged into a survivor among rock and thorn elsewhere, another creature was thriving through a different kind of intelligence, the ability to wait, adapt, and endure. Not far from the baboon's range, in a shadowed valley wrapped in darkness, a low, sharp laugh broke the silence. Not of joy, but of intent. It was the unmistakable call of a brown hyena, a creature often overlooked beside more iconic predators. Among them was Narka, a seasoned female who had lived long enough to witness the rise and fall of 2 generations of baboon leaders. Narka lacked the size and grandeur of a lion, but she possessed something equally powerful: patience. She was more than a fleeting figure among the rocks. She had become a bold explorer of territories few dared to enter, including the windswept, salt-laced coastline of Ethiopia. By midday, the sun ruled the sky. The sea cast blinding reflections against the cliffs, shimmering like scattered sparks. Along the rocks, large male sea lions lounged lazily, growling and shifting as they competed for the best sunlit positions. Closer to the shoreline, young pups, still marked with faint patterns, slept in clusters, unaware of any danger, lulled by the rhythm of waves and the salty air. This was the moment Narka had been waiting for. She moved across soft dunes, slipping between coastal shrubs before suddenly freezing. The fur along her neck bristled. The wind had shifted, carrying an unwelcome scent. A black-backed jackal was nearby. There were no drawn-out chases, no chaos, only a swift, precise action that secured enough food for her cubs on a cold afternoon. From a distant ridge, Narka watched the shoreline in silence. The ocean continued to shimmer as if untouched by what had just occurred. For her, this stretch of coast had become part of her domain, not claimed by brute strength, but by patience and stealth. As twilight shadows stretched across the shore, Narka returned to her rocky den where small, gleaming eyes awaited her. The jackals had retreated and she came back with provisions for her young. A quiet victory, subtle yet decisive. While Narka's cubs rested safely among cold stones, warmed by the presence of their group far inland on the dry plateau, another community was beginning to fracture. The baboon troop led by Raka continued its routine as though nothing had changed, but the atmosphere had shifted. No one spoke of it yet, all could feel it. The scent of scorched grass lingered in the air. Leaves rustled uneasily, and the prolonged silence of the females hinted at rising tension. Raka, despite his age, remained a feared leader seated upon the great rock that had long served as his symbolic throne. His thick, dark mane was now streaked with gray, yet his gaze still held authority. He snarled when younger males came too close to the females, baring his teeth in warning. Though his strength had begun to fade, his power endured not in his present force, but in the memory of violence that still lived within the troop. One morning, a distant sound at the edge of the territory caused several males to lift their heads in unison. On the horizon, a figure appeared strangely familiar, yet undeniably changed. It was Timu. Gone was the fragile infant once cast out. In his place stood a hardened adult, his body powerful, his expression sharp as fractured stone. And he did not return alone. Behind him followed other males equally shaped by the Keithan life beyond the troop. A heavy silence spread across the land. From his bard's perch, Raka watched closely. For the first time in many seasons, his eyes revealed not anger, but caution and calculation. The clash that followed was unavoidable. When it ended and Raka fell, Timu did not claim leadership through fear. Instead, he chose to share authority with his allies, allowed the females freedom of choice, and led with strength rather than cruelty. Under his rule, the troop entered an unusual period of balance, one where cooperation replaced intimidation. Was this the closest they had ever come to peace, perhaps? But in the wild, calm is rarely permanent. It is often just a thin surface concealing dangers waiting to rise. At the forest's edge, where dense growth at the openness of the plateau, a pair of golden eyes flickered in the shadows. There were no snapping branches, no warning, no echo of footsteps. It was neither hyena nor jackal. It was a leopard, the very one that had once taken Timu's mother, and now it waited. Moru moved like a whisper through the canopy. She was a female, smaller than the males, yet far more agile, silent, and deadly than most predators in this land. She did not hunt for survival alone, she hunted because she was a mother. 3 weeks earlier, she had given birth within a sheltered crevice hidden from the wind. Her cubs were too young to follow. Their eyes had only just begun to open, their fragile bodies demanding nourishment. Every faint cry from the den was a relentless reminder Moru could not fail. She could not return empty-handed, nor allow her scent to betray their hiding place. Above, the dry forest stirred with the morning breeze. Leaves crackled under the careful steps of a group of antelope moving toward a nearly dry streambed, searching for minerals in the salty soil. Closer to the ground, striped meerkats stood watch in turns, while others dug for insects. Their short calls, the scratch of claws and occasional low growls formed a constant, uneasy signal that never fully faded. High along the rocky ridges, vultures aligned themselves against the wind, their gaze fixed on the region where Timu had only just secured his leadership. They did not descend, but neither did they leave. They sensed what lingered beneath the surface, a quiet instability like embers hidden beneath fine ash. Amid all these layers of life, Moru moved without disturbance. Her body flowed between roots and brush with the softness of water slipping through earth. She did not disrupt the rhythm of the land, she became part of it. In this terrain, no creature existed alone. All were bound by an invisible tension. When antelope startled, meerkats fell silent and vultures shifted their wings. It signaled that death had passed through unseen, unheard. As afternoon faded across the Ethiopian plateau, the final light of day stretched like a veil of gold. Dust-laden and serene, briefly masking the ever-present threat beneath its beauty. Slanting rays washed over low grass, twisted trunks, scattered stones, and the still fresh tracks pressed into the earth. In an open clearing, Timu's troop rested beneath the gentle glow of dusk. The young nestled close to exposed roots while several females moved cautiously outward in search of food. In the distance, the shadow of the west began to spread slowly, covering the land like a darkening tide. Moru moved low against the ground, nearly invisible within the brittle grass. The wind favored her approach. There was no need to climb or vanish into branches. For a leopard, when the land lies open, the light cuts sharply and the herd grows careless. Height becomes irrelevant. Patience, distance, and perfect timing are enough. Yet on this occasion, what seemed like the ideal opportunity concealed a danger she could not see. Timu had been waiting for this moment. He had sensed the trail, noticed the unnatural stillness in the vegetation, and for the first time his troop did not retreat. In the deepening twilight of the Ethiopian plateau, where life leaves little room for mercy or reflection, an old debt was finally answered. And Timu, once cast aside as weak and unwanted, had become something entirely different. A force that reshaped the rules of survival, defined not by rage but by the scars that had taught him how to endure. Siberia is far more than a frozen expanse of ice, or a land of endless forests ruled by tigers. When summer arrives, these cold woodlands transform into a thriving ecosystem, where life awakens after months of silence. Across the green meadows revealed by the thaw, red deer graze peacefully, feeding on fresh shoots and tender grasses. These fertile grounds restore their strength, preparing them for the challenges that lie ahead. With remarkable agility, red deer move effortlessly across difficult terrain, from steep slopes to deep stream beds. Their evolutionary history stretches back millions of years, a testament to their ability to adapt to ever-changing environments. Emerging from prehistoric times, their reddish-brown coat has become a defining trait, one that allows them to blend seamlessly into the dense forest surroundings. The impressive antlers of adult males are more than symbols of strength and dominance. They are vital weapons in battles for mating rights. Within ecosystems shared with predators like tigers, red deer play a crucial role. By feeding on grasses and foliage, they help regulate plant growth and maintain ecological balance. At the same time, they are a key link in the food chain, sustaining some of the region's most powerful hunters. Rather than living alone, red deer typically form groups of 10 to 20 individuals, often led by experienced females. Their appearance shifts with the seasons. In summer, their reddish coats merge with the dappled light of the forest, offering natural camouflage. Equipped with highly sensitive hearing, they can detect danger from afar. And when escape becomes necessary, they can reach speeds of up to 55 kilometers per hour. An essential advantage in a land where survival depends on constant vigilance. Summer in the tiger's forests unfolds as a season of color and renewal, with temperatures rising between 10 and 27 degrees Celsius. After the long winter dormancy, vegetation awakens, transforming the landscape into a dynamic and fertile environment. Siberian pines stretch across the horizon in deep green tones, while larch trees cast soft shadows over the forest floor, creating ideal cover for a silent hunter, the lynx. Its grayish coat, tinged with brown and marked by dark spots, blends seamlessly with bark and fallen leaves, as if shaped by nature itself for concealment. Emerging nearly 2 million years ago, the northern lynx has developed remarkable adaptations to survive the harsh climates of the northern hemisphere. Weighing between 18 and 30 kilograms and reaching lengths of up to 1.2 meters. It combines strength with agility. Its short tail, dense, double-layered fur, and distinctive black ear tufts are essential traits that allow it to endure extreme cold. Its hearing is so refined it functions like a biological radar capable of detecting the faint snap of a twig or the sudden flutter of a hidden bird. Within tiger-inhabited forests, the lynx leads a solitary and elusive life. This environment is not only its refuge, but also a hunting ground rich with small prey such as hares and rodents, which form the foundation of its diet. By regulating the populations of these animals, the lynx indirectly protects low vegetation from overgrazing, helping maintain ecological balance. It prefers the densest parts of the forest for hunting, where thick cover allows it to approach undetected before striking with precision. Far to the west, summer arrives across the plains of Siberia as ice and snow recede, giving way to a resurgence of life. Great rivers such as the Ob swell with meltwater, carrying nutrient-rich sediments that fertilize the lowlands. These waterways act as natural arteries, sustaining an immense ecosystem and ensuring that both the smallest plants and the largest animals have the resources they need to survive. In wetlands and grasslands, mammals like elk and deer emerge to take advantage of the abundance, restoring their strength. At the same time, predators such as gray wolves and Eurasian lynx move silently through dense vegetation, using it as cover to ambush their prey. Their movements are precise and deliberate, each step part of a stunt choreography where survival depends on timing and control. Under the soft light of summer, the Lena River becomes a vital lifeline not only for the plains, but also for brown bears. Its Its fast-moving waters carry salmon returning from the ocean to spawn, providing a crucial source of energy for bears recovering after months of hibernation. Salmon are more than just food. They are essential fuel. A single adult fish delivers thousands of calories, and during peak season, a brown bear may consume dozens of kilograms in a single day to build fat reserves for the coming winter. With powerful claws and finely tuned reflexes, bears wait for the perfect moment to catch fish struggling upstream. Their thick brown fur blends naturally with riverbanks and forest shadows, offering effective camouflage. Beyond fishing, bears rely on a varied diet. Tender grasses, wild berries, and roots found in wetlands supplement their nutrition. This diversity not only sustains them but also supports the ecosystem. Seeds consumed by bears are later dispersed across the land, aiding the regeneration of plant life. Beneath clear summer skies, the plains of western Siberia stretch into a vast green expanse where wetlands, dense forests, and winding rivers intertwine like veins sustaining the land. Within this tranquil setting, elk appear silent giants moving steadily through marshes and damp grasslands. Their presence reflects both the resilience of life and nature's remarkable capacity for adaptation. Elk are the result of a long evolutionary journey dating back to prehistoric times, shaped by cold climates and demanding environments. Over millions of years, they have adapted to flooded forests and expansive wetlands across the northern hemisphere. From North America to Siberia. In this region, vast woodlands and marshy terrain provide the perfect habitat for their survival. Summer is when elk display their full strength. With long, powerful legs standing over 2 meters at the shoulder, they move with ease across mud and soft ground where many animals would struggle. They favor areas near rivers, lakes, and forests rich in Siberian birch pine and larch, where tender leaves and shoots provide essential nutrients. This seasonal abundance allows them to build the energy reserves needed to endure the harsh winter ahead. An adult elk can consume around 20 kilograms of vegetation each day, acting as a natural regulator of plant growth. Their role within the Siberian ecosystem is vital. By feeding, they control vegetation density and help maintain environmental balance. Their waste enriches the soil, while the deep tracks they leave in soft ground create pathways that encourage the spread of grasses and shrubs, quietly shaping the landscape and supporting its continuous renewal. When summer settles over Lake Baikal, its Globoki waters, rich in deep blue tones, seem to stretch endlessly toward the horizon. Within this vast and striking landscape lives the Baikal seal, the only freshwater seal on Earth, a remarkable example of life adapting to one of the planet's harshest natural environments. Yet today, its population, estimated between 70,000 and 100,000 individuals, has declined compared to past decades, affected by overfishing, pollution, and the growing impact of climate change. Also known as the Nerpa, this species traces its lineage back to ancient ancestors that once inhabited glacial river systems thousands of years ago. As the ice retreated, they became isolated within Lake Baikal, setting the stage for a unique evolutionary path that shaped them into specialists of freshwater survival. Measuring between 1.1 and 1.5 meters in length and weighing around 50 to 70 kilograms, these seals are well equipped for their environment. A thick layer of fat combined with dense waterproof fur protects them from the lake's cold temperatures. Their silvery gray coats shimmer under the summer light, reflecting the sky like a living mirror upon the water's surface. During the brighter months when sunlight penetrates the lake's crystal-clear depths, the Baikal seal begins its careful hunts. It can dive beyond 400 meters in search of golomianka, a nearly transparent fish found nowhere else on Earth. This species plays a vital role in the food chain and forms the osnovu of the seal's diet. An adult seal may consume between 3 and 5 kilograms of fish each day to sustain its energy, travel long distances, reproduce, and care for its young. The Baikal seal's abilities extend far beyond deep diving. It is also highly agile underwater. Its large, light-sensitive eyes allow it to detect even the slightest movement in dark depths, while its streamlined body enables precise, effortless motion through shifting currents. Every movement reflects control and efficiency traits of a predator, perfectly adapted to its domain. Beyond its role as a hunter, the Baikal seal is essential to the ecological balance of the lake. By regulating populations of smaller fish, it helps stabilize the food web and supports the overall health of this ecosystem upon which countless other forms of life depend. And so the battles of the wild may come to an end, but the struggle itself never truly shazayed. In this untamed world, there is no mercy and no second chances. Every sunrise delivers a new trial, and every sunset leaves behind exhaustion, open wounds, and a silence that speaks louder than sound. Here, survival does not belong to the most beautiful or the strongest, but to those who endure, to those who adapt, who learn from pain and keep moving forward. In the wild, weakness finds no shelter, and even the smallest mistake can carry the ultimate cost. The victors do not celebrate, for they understand that balance can shift with the next dawn. The fallen are not forgotten because their loss sustains the fragile order of life. Everything is connected: the hunter, the prey, and the land that watches in stillness. This is not a cruel world, it is an honest one. A world where life is defended with every heartbeat, and only those who remain resilient can claim their place beneath the sun. There is no room for weakness here, only for those who endure. If this journey into the wild heart of the Serengeti has moved you, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel, Beast Call Nature. Join us in the next adventure as we continue to explore, appreciate, and protect the hidden wonders of the natural world. Across every continent on Earth, wildlife moves according to the rhythm of vast migrations and silent struggles that determine which creatures will endure. These are not gentle journeys or predictable routes. They are demanding passages shaped by hunger, thirst, fatigue, and the ever-present shadow of danger. Entire herds travel for weeks, sometimes for months, guided by an ancient instinct carried through generations. They follow distant storms, fresh grasslands, and fragile water sources that can disappear without warning. Yet this story is not only about those who travel. The perspective shifts. The world is seen through the eyes of the predators, the silent watchers hidden in shadow. The hunters that judge distance with precision, read the wind with patience, and wait for the exact moment when weakness appears. For them, the movement of migration is not simply a spectacle of nature. It is a crucial chance to survive. Every river crossing can become a deadly challenge. Every open plain may transform into a hunting ground. While some animals move forward driven by the hope of survival, others depend on that same movement to avoid starvation. Their destinies become tightly connected in a balance as ancient as the wilderness itself. In the wild, migration is a constant struggle. And when these great journeys are viewed through the perspective of the hunter, a deeper truth of the natural world is revealed. In nature, one life often continues only because another has come to an end. At the edge of East Africa, where the savanna stretches almost endlessly toward the horizon, the land itself seems to move. The motion is anything but quiet. A constant thunder of hooves, drifting dust, and vast herds rolling forward fills the landscape. Here, migration does not follow narrow paths, it unfolds like a living tide sweeping across the plains. This is the largest land migration of mammals on Earth. Each year, more than 1 million wildebeest travel alongside hundreds of thousands of zebras and gazelles, covering roughly 800 to 1,000 kilometers in a nearly predictable cycle between the Serengeti Plains and the grasslands of the Masai Mara. The purpose is simple and unavoidable: fresh water and new grass. Yet the simplicity of the goal contrasts sharply with the harshness of the journey. Wildebeest do not follow a fixed road. Their route shifts with rainfall, wind patterns, and the changing condition of the land. The enormous herd behaves almost like a single living organism capable of reshaping the environment as it passes. Grasslands are grazed down. The soil becomes enriched with nutrients, and weeks later, the savanna grows back with renewed strength. The scale of the movement is so vast that it can even be seen from space. For months, the plains resemble a dark, pulsing carpet that never seems to rest. The ground trembles, the air thickens with dust, and every stride carries risk. Because this migration is not simply a march toward abundance, it is a chain of dangerous moments. Among all the challenges along the route, none is more decisive than the rivers. When the herd encounters a barrier of water, the forward surge slows and compresses. Thousands gather along the banks, pushing, hesitating, retreating, and advancing again. Fear spreads through the crowd like a wave, yet the pressure of animals behind allows no pause. Eventually, one leaps into the river, and within seconds, the rest follow. What was once a calm channel becomes a chaotic surge. Bodies collide, the current sweeps away the weaker animals, and many lose their footing within the first few meters. The crossing has no clear order. It becomes a powerful overflow of motion and confusion, and within that disorder another ancient presence reveals itself. Beneath the dark surface of these African rivers live predators that do not need to chase the herds across the plains. They simply wait. Nile crocodiles are among the oldest hunters still ruling the planet. With slow metabolisms, remarkable patience, and a keen ability to read their surroundings, they have long learned that the wildebeest migration is a recurring event, predictable, concentrated, and unavoidable. For much of the year, the river offers few opportunities, but when the crossing season begins, the balance shifts dramatically. Within days, scarcity turns into sudden abundance. A crocodile does not pursue the fastest animal or challenge the strongest. Instead, it takes advantage of confusion, crowded water, and a single moment of miscalculation. The murky river limits vision, the force of the herd disrupts balance, and one slip can determine the fate of an animal weighing more than 200 kilograms. Yet the migration never stops. For every individual that falls, many others reach the opposite bank. The strategy is not to remove danger, but to spread the risk. The power of the migration lies in its sheer numbers, its persistence, and its unbroken momentum. Those that fail to cross do not disappear without purpose. Their bodies become food for crocodiles, fish, and birds, and they also nourish the river itself. Minerals and organic matter drift downstream for many kilometers, feeding life far beyond the original herd. As long as rains continue to renew the grass and rivers continue to interrupt the path, this cycle will repeat year after year, transforming movement into survival, and every crossing into an opportunity for those who know how to wait. When the great river crossings of the wildebeest finally subside, The landscape does not fall silent at once. The rivers gradually return to their calm flow. The dust settles over the plains and the herd continues its long journey. Yet the passage leaves behind a scattered trace across the savanna, still bodies of animals that failed to overcome the current, collapsed from exhaustion, or simply lacked the strength to keep moving. At that moment, another kind of movement begins. Long before any scent can be detected from the ground, small dark shapes appear high in the sky. At first they seem insignificant, barely visible against the vast blue, but within minutes their numbers grow, circling slowly and drawing tighter loops above the plains. To a distant observer, it may look like coincidence. For vultures, it is precise information. These birds are specialists at locating death across enormous distances. Some species can detect a carcass from many kilometers away thanks to remarkably sharp eyesight and an ability to read the behavior of other birds already in flight. The descent of a single vulture often triggers a chain reaction, guiding dozens more toward the same place. During the Great Migrations, these gatherings can become extraordinary in scale. Around the body of a single wildebeest or antelope, dozens. Sometimes hundreds of vultures may assemble, forming a restless mass that constantly shifts and reorganizes. What appears chaotic is actually governed by a clear hierarchy. Larger species claim access first, while smaller ones wait at the edges, ready to slip into any opening that appears. The transformation happens with astonishing speed. A carcass that might normally take days to decay can be reduced to clean bones in less than half an hour. Muscles, organs, and soft tissue vanish almost entirely. Nothing is wasted, yet their role extends far beyond feeding. Vultures serve as the sanitation system of the savanna. By rapidly removing large amounts of decaying organic matter, they help prevent the spread of harmful bacteria, reduce potential sources of infection, and limit diseases that could threaten wildlife and even nearby human communities. Research in several regions has shown that when vulture populations decline sharply, diseases linked to unconsumed animal remains increase noticeably. At the same time, opportunistic scavengers far less efficient at nature's cleanup often expand in number. During the migrations, vultures do not follow the herds themselves. Instead, they follow the consequences. Where massive herds move, mistakes happen. Where mistakes occur, death appears. And where death gathers, vultures arrive. Their presence also sends signals across the landscape. Ground predators learn to scan the sky, and human herders do the same. A spiral of circling birds overhead often means that something has ended below. But within the logic of the natural world, it is not truly an ending. It is a transformation. Every consumed body returns nutrients to the soil. Calcium from bones, microscopic remnants, and fluids that seep into the ground all enrich the earth. Within weeks, the place where an animal fell may become a patch of greener, thicker vegetation, a future feeding ground for the next wave of travelers. In this way, vultures complete a cycle that began months earlier, when the first rains awakened the grasslands. They do not chase prey or defend vast territories. Instead, they wait patiently for the inevitable cost of migration and transform that ending into the beginning of new life. In Africa, great migrations unfold under scorching heat, swirling dust, and murky rivers. At the opposite end of the planet, however, movement is governed by a completely different force, cold. Across the vast Arctic and subarctic regions where the landscape appears frozen in time for much of the year, life also travels great distances. But here, the motion is not loud or chaotic. It is quiet, steady, and relentless. Caribou undertake some of the longest land migrations on Earth, with annual routes that can exceed 5,000 kilometers. Their journey crosses open tundra, boreal forests, frozen rivers, and windswept plains. Often there are no clear trails or landmarks to follow. Temperatures can plunge far below -40 degrees, turning the environment itself into a constant challenge. The drive behind this movement is not only the search for food, but the need to align their life cycle with an ecosystem that can change dramatically within a matter of weeks. During the brief Arctic summer, the herds move northward toward areas where vegetation bursts into growth under the nearly endless daylight. Insects may swarm in great numbers, but they pose a lesser threat than the scarcity of food elsewhere. It is here that calves are born, with most arrivals occurring within a remarkably short window of time. This synchronization is no accident. By giving birth almost simultaneously, the herd spreads the risk. Predators are present, but when thousands of calves enter the world at once, it becomes impossible to pursue them all. As winter begins to reclaim the land, the direction of travel reverses. The herds gradually head south in search of places where strong winds sweep the snow aside, revealing the lichens hidden beneath the frozen surface. These modest organisms, which offer little nutrition for most plant-eating animals, form the foundation of the caribou's winter diet and remain one of the few reliable resources during months of near-continuous darkness. Physically, the caribou is remarkably suited to life on the move. Its broad hooves function like natural snowshoes, spreading weight across soft snow in winter. During the warmer months, those same hooves harden, allowing easier travel over rocky ground. A coat made of hollow hairs traps heat efficiently, and the animal's metabolism can slow to conserve energy when food becomes scarce. Even with these advantages, the migration demands a heavy toll. Sudden blizzards, early thaws, rivers breaking open ahead of schedule, or thick ice. Sealing food beneath the ground can transform a familiar route into a harsh test of endurance. In some years, the most serious losses are not caused by hunters, but by the climate itself. Predators, when they appear, usually remain along the edges of the herd, watching for the injured, the young, or those that fall behind. Yet, unlike many other migrations, the greatest threat here does not come with teeth or claws. It arrives from the sky, carried on the wind and measured in dropping temperature. The migration of the caribou is not defined by dramatic chases or constant attacks. Instead, it is a prolonged trial of resilience. It exists because the Arctic does not allow stillness. To remain in one place is to risk disappearing. Moving forward despite cold storms and uncertainty is the only path that offers a chance to survive. Along the edges of the Arctic, where the ocean presses against shifting sheets of sea ice, migration takes on a very different form. It does not unfold across endless routes or sweep through vast plains. Instead, movement becomes compressed and concentrated. Walruses travel seasonally with the advance and retreat of the sea ice, which serves as a floating platform where they can rest between long feeding sessions on the ocean floor. There they spend hours stirring the sediment with their whiskered snouts, searching for clams and other shellfish hidden in the mud. When the ice retreats too far or disappears entirely, these animals are forced to find alternatives. That is when massive gatherings begin along the coastline. In certain parts of the Arctic, tens of thousands of walruses crowd onto narrow beaches or rocky shores. Space becomes scarce, yet the need for rest is shared by all. Bodies weighing more than a ton press tightly together, forming immense living walls of thick skin-curved tusks and heavy layers of insulating fat. From a distance, such gatherings might appear peaceful, almost like a sanctuary. In reality, they represent a delicate balance. Walruses are highly social animals, and staying close together helps conserve warmth while offering a sense of safety. But that closeness also creates risk. A sudden movement can trigger a chain reaction of shoving bodies, and under such immense weight, the pressure can become overwhelming. Each shift within this crowd leaves visible marks on the shoreline. Sand becomes mixed with traces of dried blood, deep grooves carved by tusks and scars from earlier conflicts. The soundscape never truly fades. Deep grunts, the collision of heavy bodies, slow breathing, and the constant scraping of giants trying to share an area far too small. This migration is not measured by the distance traveled, but by the intensity of the gathering. Here, the challenge is not reaching the next destination, but simply finding a place to stop without being crushed by the mass around them. Where such a concentration of prey exists, watchful eyes are never far away. Polar bears patrol these gatherings with quiet persistence. Unlike their usual hunts for seals on the sea ice, they rely less on stealth here. Instead, they walk, observe, and study the crowd. Among thousands of similar shapes, their focus settles on subtle signs: a calf drifting away from the group, an exhausted individual, or a walrus poorly positioned near the edge. Often, the bear does not need to create chaos. The environment provides it. A sudden noise, an awkward shift in the herd, or a ripple of panic moving through the tightly packed mass can briefly open space. In those fleeting moments, the predator advances, sometimes threading through narrow gaps between enormous bodies that are themselves powerful and potentially dangerous. Even so, most walruses survive these encounters. The strength of the species lies not in speed or individual aggression, but in sheer numbers. Healthy adults form a nearly impenetrable barrier. Their long tusks tools for hauling themselves onto ice, and also formidable defensive weapons, create a zone of caution that even a predator as powerful as a polar bear must approach carefully. Once again, the migratory phenomenon does not collapse under the pressure of predators. Instead, it adapts. The crowd absorbs its losses and continues demonstrating that in these extreme environments, survival depends not only on individual strength, but on the collective ability to endure and reorganize. At the far reaches of the Southern Ocean, where relentless winds sweep across frozen waters and the cold shows little mercy, migration reveals yet another remarkable form. Here, the movement of life is not defined by long marches across plains or dramatic river crossings. Instead, it gathers in overwhelming numbers. On certain sub-Antarctic islands, entire shorelines cease to look like empty landscapes and begin to resemble living, breathing ecosystems. The bright white of snow disappears beneath vast layers of black silver and golden feathers. The ground becomes hidden beneath thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of king penguins packed together in dense colonies. From a distance, the shoreline seems to pulse with life. These gatherings are far more than temporary assemblies. They represent the center of a demanding and carefully timed migratory cycle that unfolds slowly over many months. Unlike most birds, the king penguin does not complete its breeding cycle within a single season. Instead, reproduction may stretch beyond an entire year. This unusual rhythm forces adults to travel repeatedly between the open ocean and the breeding colony. While one parent remains on land, carefully balancing the egg on its feet, Beneath a protective fold of skin, the other heads out to sea, sometimes traveling hundreds of kilometers in search of food. These constant journeys create invisible highways through the surrounding ocean. Beneath the surface, king penguins dive to remarkable depths, often reaching more than 300 meters, where sunlight fades into darkness. Their bodies are built for such extreme conditions. Dense bones help reduce buoyancy. Their wings function as powerful flippers, and their blood carries oxygen with exceptional efficiency. Even their heart rate can slow during deep dives, allowing them to remain underwater for extended periods. Yet every trip into the ocean carries danger. When an adult returns, it brings enough nourishment to sustain its chick for several days. But before reaching the relative safety of the colony, it must cross the most exposed stretch of the journey, the narrow and uncertain boundary where ocean ice and land meet. In this shifting zone, protection disappears, and a single miscalculation can change the outcome of the entire voyage. Few natural events are as extraordinary as the migratory journey of salmon. Their story does not begin solely in rivers nor end entirely in the ocean. It begins with memory, a chemical imprint formed during the earliest stage of life, when a tiny larva drifts through calm, freshwater streams. As the fish matures, this imprint becomes an internal guide, an invisible compass that leads it across vast stretches of open ocean and eventually directs it back with remarkable precision to the very river where it first began life. Some species travel more than 6,000 kilometers through the sea before starting their return. During these years in the ocean, salmon grow larger, stronger, and accumulate the energy reserves they will later depend on. Yet the most demanding challenge still lies ahead. When the instinct to reproduce becomes impossible to ignore, they leave the salt water behind and enter one of the most difficult migrations in the animal kingdom. Even the transition from saltwater to freshwater places enormous strain on the body. Within days, their internal systems must completely readjust. Organs adapt, their skin darkens, jaws reshape, and muscles reorganize, all while they push upstream against currents seemingly designed to block their passage. From that moment onward, they stop feeding. Every kilometer of progress consumes energy stored during years at sea. Each leap over waterfalls, each collision with rocks, and every effort to navigate obstacles drains reserves that will never be replenished. In many rivers, more than 70% of the fish never reach the spawning grounds. Yet the collective movement continues without pause. The migration rarely happens in isolation. Thousands, sometimes millions of salmon move upstream together through narrow channels, transforming the river into a restless living current. The water churns with motion, the flow becomes turbulent, and the riverbed vanishes beneath the density of bodies. This sudden concentration of life reshapes the environment itself. Rivers once poor in nutrients become centers of fertility. Nitrogen and phosphorus carried from the ocean nourish algae, insects, birds, and even the forests growing along the banks. The influence can extend far beyond the water's edge. Trees growing at considerable distances from the river may reach greater heights thanks to nutrients released as fish decompose along the ecosystem. Scientists have found chemical traces of this ocean-derived nourishment in soil many years after the migration has passed. Yet wherever life gathers in such abundance, it inevitably draws attention from opportunistic hunters. In certain stretches of the river, the terrain naturally narrows, shallow passages, tight rapids, and unavoidable waterfalls where the effort of the salmon becomes predictable. It is in these places that another strategy appears, that of the brown bear. Unlike predators that rely on long chases or carefully planned ambushes, bears often take advantage of something far simpler: reliable abundance. Over thousands of years, entire bear populations have synchronized their movements with the seasonal arrival of salmon. For them, this event is not occasional. It is a crucial part of their yearly survival. During the peak of the salmon run, a single bear may consume dozens of kilograms of fish in one day. This rich supply of protein and fat fuels daily activity and, more importantly, allows the bear to build the energy reserves needed to endure the long winter when hibernation slows its metabolism dramatically. Their behavior along the rivers is far from random. Bears prefer shallow water, natural waterfalls, and slower stretches where salmon must repeatedly leap upstream. By the time the fish reach these points, many are exhausted. Their reactions slowed after a relentless struggle against the current. With measured movements, the bear takes advantage of this moment, capturing fish that have nearly spent the energy accumulated during their entire life at sea. This relationship goes far beyond a simple interaction between predator and prey. It forms an essential link within the ecosystem. After feeding, bears often carry portions of their catch into nearby forests, leaving scattered remains across the ground. These fragments gradually become natural fertilizer, enriching plants, insects, and microorganisms far from the river itself. Scientific studies have even discovered traces of ocean-derived nutrients within the tissues of centuries-old trees growing deep in the forest. Evidence of generations of bears transporting marine energy onto land. In this way, the bear becomes more than a hunter. It acts as a powerful distributor of life's resources, carrying the richness of the ocean into the heart of the terrestrial world. when the paths of migration fade into the distance and the echoes of pursuit disappear into silence. One truth remains clear: wildlife exists in a balance sustained by struggle. Every movement of the herd and every careful calculation of a predator adds another chapter to an ancient story, one in which survival demands endurance, patience, and at times sacrifice. Seen through the perspective of the hunter, migration becomes more than simple movement across landscapes. It becomes destiny. For some animals, the journey offers hope and renewal. For others, it represents the single opportunity to remain alive. In this way, predator and prey are bound together by the same invisible thread that keeps the natural world in motion. Across the planet's most demanding environments, from scorching plains to rushing rivers and frozen mountains, the same truth persists. No victory lasts forever, and no loss marks the true end as long as life continues to move forward. In the wild, struggle is not a choice. It is simply the way life continues to exist. If this journey into the heart of the wild inspired you, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Join us on Beast Call Nature, where every heartbeat, every watchful gaze, and every encounter reveals another layer of the natural world. In the vast kingdom of the wild, survival is not a passive instinct, it is a struggle pushed to the very edge of desperation. This is a world where each day ignites a silent battle, where life is defended through speed, strength, and decisions made in a fraction of a second. Here, confrontations are not fought for glory, only for continuity. Hunger drives the attack, fear demands escape, and exhaustion turns every encounter into an extreme test. The fight for survival is raw, relentless, and often merciless. Because losing does not mean retreat, it means vanishing. In this untamed arena, there are no guarantees and no truces, only creatures driven to their limits, facing one another in a constant struggle for existence. This is the true face of the animal world. A battlefield where to live is to endure, and to endure is to fight until the very last breath. Under the relentless African sun, the Masai Mara unfolds as a living canvas of untamed wilderness. Vast stretches of golden grass sway endlessly beneath dry winds, carrying the scent of red soil and the raw pulse of life itself. In this iconic region of Kenya, more than 2,500 square kilometers of savanna merge with winding rivers, thorny thickets, and gently rolling hills, forming one of the most remarkable ecosystems on Earth. Each morning, the sky ignites with deep crimson hues, signaling the beginning of an extraordinary spectacle. Across the plains, millions of wildebeest and zebras move together in the Great Migration, their hooves shaking the ground like distant thunder. A lion's roar echoes through the open land, while the streamlined form of a cheetah slips silently through tall grass at breathtaking speed. Above, more than 470 species of birds, from soaring vultures to elegant flamingos, fill the air, while on the ground, Thompson's gazelles and towering ostriches shape the daily rhythm of the savanna. Yet the Masai Mara is far more than a beautiful landscape. It is a proving ground where survival is tested every day. Predators and prey are bound together in an endless struggle for existence. Lions, the dominant force of the plains, rely on teamwork, powerful claws, and thunderous roars that can travel for kilometers to secure their territory. Cheetahs, built for speed rather than strength, depend on explosive acceleration to capture prey, often risking their hard-earned meal to stronger rivals. The ostrich stands as a remarkable example of adaptation. Reaching heights of nearly 2.7 meters and capable of running close to 70 kilometers per hour, it is both imposing and agile. Within the Masai Mara, an estimated 200 to 400 lions hunt large herbivores such as antelope, zebras, and wildebeest, and they frequently steal kills from cheetahs. Despite a hunting success rate of nearly 50%, cheetahs become extremely vulnerable after their short but exhausting chases, making them easy targets for lions or hyenas. With large eyes capable of detecting danger from great distances, the ostrich relies on speed and powerful kicks to evade threats. Although it is not a predator, it plays a crucial role in the ecosystem by consuming large quantities of grass, seeds, and insects, helping maintain ecological balance. This constant competition among species is the heartbeat of the Masai Mara, a land where every moment determines survival or loss within the endless cycle of the savanna. Balance is essential in this fragile environment. Lions help regulate populations of large herbivores, preventing overgrazing that could strip the land of vegetation. Cheetahs focus on smaller antelope, complementing the lion's role in maintaining order. Ostriches, through their feeding habits, indirectly support other species. Even the remains of a zebra weighing over 300 kilograms become nourishment for hyenas, vultures, and jackals, sustaining a complex and interconnected food web. However, this delicate balance faces growing threats. Habitat loss, increasing conflict with human communities, and climate change place immense pressure on wildlife. As the sun sinks low and bathes the Masai Mara in golden light, a slender figure cuts through the tall grass like an arrow released into the wind. It is the cheetah, the embodiment of speed. Weighing between 40 and 60 kilograms, the cheetah represents a rare blend of grace and power. Its body is engineered to reach nearly 100 kilometers per hour in just a few seconds. Its golden coat covered in dark spots, provides natural camouflage and helps release excess heat under the scorching African sun. Large eyes offer a wide field of vision, while the distinctive black tear lines running from eye to muzzle reduce glare and enhance focus during daylight hunts. Yet this incredible speed comes at a high cost. After each intense chase, a cheetah's heart rate can soar beyond 200 beats per minute, and its body temperature rises to dangerous levels, forcing it to stop and recover. Picture the scene beneath the vast African sky. A female cheetah lies motionless in the grass. Golden eyes scanning the horizon. She does not rule through raw power, but through precision, timing, and mastery of movement. The cheetah's lineage is like a thread drawn thinner with each passing millennium, nearly snapped by ancient global upheavals. The species endured, but survival came at a heavy cost. Today's cheetahs are remarkably similar at a genetic level, almost indistinguishable reflections of one another, carrying within their DNA the unmistakable imprint of a near extinction. They are a fragile triumph of evolution, racing against the limits of time. Cheetahs are solitary hunters. Unlike lions, they do not rely on the strength of a group, but instead depend on patience, precision, and sudden bursts of speed. In the Masai Mara, they hunt mostly during daylight hours, favoring the cool moments of early morning and late afternoon to avoid extreme heat and the risks posed by nocturnal predators. Their prey includes Thompson's gazelles, impalas, and the young of wildebeest or zebra's nimble animals, yet unable to match speeds that can reach between 95 and 105 kilometers per hour. A hunt begins in tense stillness, hidden among tall grasses. The cheetah locks its gaze onto the open plain, carefully calculating every movement of its target. Then, in a decisive moment, it explodes forward with an acceleration approaching 13 meters per second squared, rivaling and even surpassing that of a racehorse. Each stride covers an extraordinary distance, and its hunting success rate hovers around 50% higher than that of many larger predators. Yet speed alone does not guarantee safety. Hyenas and leopards pose constant threats, often forcing cheetahs to hunt at dawn or dusk, when these rivals are less active and the risk of confrontation is reduced. These encounters reveal the cheetah's vulnerable position within the food web. Despite being the fastest land animal on Earth, it is frequently outmatched by stronger competitors and driven away from its kill. Still, its greatest weapon speed has been refined to near perfection. In this delicate dance between pursuit and survival, the cheetah's tail becomes a silent partner. More than a simple extension of the body, it acts as a living rudder, guiding subtle shifts in balance and direction. With it, the cheetah does more than run, it carves its path through space, mirroring every sudden turn of its fleeing prey. The lion Panthera leo stands as the clearest embodiment of dominance on the African savanna. Its authority is built on immense physical strength, strong social bonds, and a roar that can travel for kilometers across open land. As dawn breaks over the Masai Mara, the lion emerges as a living symbol of power and unmistakable presence that commands respect. Its weapons are precise and devastating. Blade-like claws, nearly 4 centimeters long, slice through flesh with ease, while canines reaching up to 7 centimeters function as lethal instruments. Yet the lion's effectiveness goes far beyond raw force. Its senses have been refined through millions of years of evolution. With night vision up to 6 times stronger than that of humans, the lion can detect movement in near total darkness. This advantage comes from the tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer behind the retina that amplifies available light and produces the familiar glow of a lion's eyes after sunset. Even so, the lion's greatest strength is neither tooth nor claw, but sound. Its roar is the voice of the savanna itself. more than a call. It is a proclamation of ownership, rolling across the plains to signal that the land is claimed. This acoustic dominance allows lions to control vast territories without constant physical confrontation. Unlike the cheetah, which relies on speed and hunts alone, lions live and hunt in structured prides, typically made up of 5 to 15 individuals, though some groups grow far larger. Lionesses lead the hunts with precise coordination, moving like a disciplined unit, while males focus on territorial defense and the protection of cubs. Together, they form one of the most effective hunting societies in the natural world. As the sun climbs above the Masai Mara, the open grasslands become the stage for the lion's most dramatic hunts. Unlike the cheetah, which relies on raw speed to capture smaller prey, lions take on animals that are larger, stronger, and far more dangerous. Their hunts unfold like a deadly choreography of patience, timing, and coordination. Hidden within tall grass, members of the pride move silently, splitting into smaller groups to surround their target. Once the distance closes to roughly 30 to 60 meters, the ambush begins, cutting off every possible escape route. Some lions leap onto the prey's back, driving their claws deep, while others aim for the neck or muzzle, locking their jaws around the throat until breathing stops. When confronting formidable animals such as buffalo, the struggle can last for hours, with the prey fighting fiercely for survival. Still, persistence and teamwork usually prevail. Group hunts succeed roughly 30% of the time, an impressive rate given the risks involved. Picture the moment a zebra grazes peacefully, its striped coat glowing in the sunlight. Without warning, 3 lionesses burst from the grass. The zebra bolts, but every exit has already been anticipated. Lions do not hunt only at night. They take advantage of dawn and dusk, when low light offers natural camouflage. During the dry season, when water sources shrink to rivers like the Mara, lions often wait near watering holes. Sometimes a distant roar from a male sparks panic, driving prey directly into the trap. This blend of strategy and brute force makes the lion one of nature's most efficient hunters. Battles for control within a pride can be just as intense. When new males seize dominance, they may kill the cubs sired by their predecessors to ensure their own genetic legacy. Harsh as it seems, this behavior is part of the species' evolutionary strategy. Females carry their young for about 110 days, giving birth to 2 to 4 cubs weighing barely 1 or 2 kilograms. The pride protects them closely. Lionesses nurse communally and later teach the cubs the skills needed to hunt. In the Masai Mara, legendary prides such as the Marsh Pride or the Notch lineage have been documented ruling territories that span dozens of square kilometers. Here, lions are not merely predators, they are true architects of the ecosystem. Through strength, numbers, and coordination, they sit firmly at the top of the food chain. They are also skilled opportunists, frequently stealing kills from cheetahs and hyenas. After a cheetah completes an exhausting chase, it is not uncommon for a lion to appear silently, imposing and unchallenged, to claim the prize. Lions even hunt ostriches, though these birds are among the most challenging prey on the savanna. Capable of running nearly 70 kilometers per hour and delivering kicks powerful enough to kill a lion, ostriches present a serious risk. Beyond hunting, the lion's ecological role is vital. By controlling populations of herbivores such as zebras, wildebeest, and buffalo, lions prevent overgrazing that could devastate the grasslands. The remains of their kills then sustain hyenas, vultures, and jackals, keeping the ecosystem in motion. shared by both cheetahs and lions. The ostrich Struthiocamelus stands out as an exceptional opponent, combining speed, strength, and constant vigilance. Reaching heights of up to 2.7 meters and weighing between 100 and 160 kilograms, it is the largest flightless bird on Earth and a familiar presence across the Masai Mara. Its survival depends on power and acceleration. An ostrich can sprint at over 70 kilometers per hour, nearly matching a cheetah over short distances, with strides stretching up to 5 meters. Unlike smaller prey, it wields muscular legs capable of delivering devastating kicks strong enough to break a cheetah's bones or kill a lion outright. Massive eyes, about 5 centimeters in diameter, give the ostrich an almost panoramic field of vision, allowing it to spot danger from afar. Combined with sharp hearing and a keen sense of smell, these senses provide early warning. Ostriches typically live in groups of 5 to 20 individuals, sometimes gathering in much larger numbers during migrations, creating an effective collective alert system. Their eggs, weighing more than 1.4 kilograms, attract many predators, but females defend their nests aggressively. For cheetahs, ostriches are tempting yet risky targets, especially when young or isolated. On flat terrain, the cheetah's advantage lies in its explosive speed. It stalks from distances of 1 to 200 meters, using tall grass as cover, and launches its attack when the bird is unaware. Even then, the ostrich's endurance and agility often complicate the chase. Cheetahs exhaust themselves after just 20 to 30 seconds of intense running, and in this contest, the balance can shift instantly. It is a reminder of the fragile equilibrium that defines life in the Masai Mara. lions confront ostriches differently. Though not a primary prey like zebra or buffalo, ostriches become valuable during times of scarcity. Prides use encirclement tactics. Some lions drive confusion and panic, while others strike from the sides or rear. In the endless struggle of the savannah, adaptability remains the greatest weapon of all. Hunting an ostrich is never a simple task. With powerful legs capable of delivering kicks strong enough to be fatal and the ability to sprint at remarkable speeds, this bird is a dangerous opponent in open terrain. For this reason, lions succeed in only about 15 to 20% of their attempts. Most of the time, they focus on young birds or isolated individuals that have fallen behind the group, where the risk is lower and the chances of success improve. Both the cheetah and the lion play essential roles within the ecosystem, though their influence takes different forms. The cheetah, by targeting smaller and faster prey, helps keep certain herbivore populations in check and prevents excessive pressure on the grasslands. However, its solitary lifestyle and the frequent loss of its kills to stronger competitors reduce its overall impact, especially in areas densely populated by lions. The lion, by contrast, functions as a true architect of the savanna. By hunting large herbivores, it regulates their numbers and helps maintain the balance that allows the ecosystem to thrive. In the ongoing story of survival in the Masai Mara, both the cheetah and the lion stand as remarkable examples of nature's precision and adaptability, each defined by a distinct hunting strategy. Yet it is the lion that ultimately emerges as the dominant force, through collective strength, the ability to take down massive prey, and its position at the top of the food chain. The lion shapes the fate of the Masai Mara more than any other predator. Which of these animals impressed you the most with its skills and adaptations? Share your thoughts in the comments. In the untamed heart of the African savanna lives a predator as beautiful as it is extraordinary: the African wild dog. Its mottled coat of black, yellow, brown, and white looks like a work of art shaped by nature itself, unique to each individual, like a personal fingerprint. Unlike the solitary leopard or the dominant lion, the African wild dog thrives through teamwork, cooperation, and flawless coordination. Its packs may consist of 10 individuals or several dozen, and each member plays an essential role. In Africa, they are not just hunters, they are protectors of their family, symbols of shared survival. Their existence proves that the most efficient predator can also be one of the most cooperative. Across the golden grasslands of the savanna, the afternoon light slowly spills over a sea of swaying grass. From the vegetation emerge the African wild dogs, silent shadows blending into the landscape like restless ghosts. Every step is measured, calculated. Damp muzzles quiver, ears swivel, eyes remain fixed with absolute concentration. Their attention is locked onto a group of impalas grazing nearby, unaware of the threat closing in. The impalas move calmly, their relaxed rhythm projecting a false sense of safety. Then, an invisible signal ripples through the pack. Without a single sound, the calm shatters. Suddenly, they all launch the attack. Silence turns into chaos, bodies surge forward, muscles tighten, and the chase explodes with terrifying speed. The ground trembles beneath the impala's hooves, grass snapping under desperate flight. In seconds, the outcome is decided: a precise bite, followed by others. The prey falls, overwhelmed by collective force. As quickly as it began, everything ends. Silence returns to the savannah. The hunt is over. The first to feed are the youngest. The pups eat before the adults. The meal is more than nourishment. It is a display of care, cooperation, and family bonds. In an unforgiving world, African wild dogs embody a rare balance, fierce and precise in the hunt, yet deeply affectionate within their group. Strength and unity, strategy and tenderness, a reminder that in nature, survival can also be built on cooperation. The wild dog's feast had not yet ended when a new shadow stretched across the golden grasslands of Africa. Hyenas had arrived, relentless opportunists, following the scent of blood with fierce determination and insatiable hunger. Their harsh, unsettling laughter echoed across the savannah, a chilling signal announcing to every nearby creature that the thieves were here. Then chaos erupted. The hyenas charged violently, jaws snapping like steel as they hurled themselves at the carcass. The wild dogs responded with courage, leaping forward in fury, teeth clashing against the powerful jaws of their rivals. For a few moments, resistance held, but the pressure was overwhelming. Within minutes, the pack's cohesion began to fracture under the relentless assault of the invaders. The prize changed hands. The hyenas claimed the kill, surrendering themselves to their voracity. They tore into the antelope without mercy, muzzles stained red, their laughter vibrating through the air and chilling any witness to the bone. The defeated dogs withdrew in silence, disappearing into the grass, leaving behind not only the meal, but an echo of defeat and a harsh lesson in endurance. Across the harsh expanse of the African savanna, life grants no truces. Victory and defeat, life and death are endlessly intertwined. In this brutal episode, the hyenas claimed triumph, and the African wild dogs were forced into a bitter retreat, a cruel reminder that on the savanna, survival is never guaranteed. Across the open African savanna, the giraffe immediately commands attention with its remarkable height. Towering above the grasslands, it can browse the highest leaves of acacia trees, food sources far beyond the reach of most other herbivores. This elevated viewpoint also serves as a natural lookout, allowing the giraffe to spot potential threats from a great distance and react long before danger draws near. Yet this impressive advantage comes with a clear risk. When a giraffe lowers itself to drink, spreading its long front legs and bending its body, it briefly enters a vulnerable and unstable position. Predators such as lions and even crocodiles near rivers may seize this moment. To survive, the giraffe relies on speed and power. Its long legs deliver swift acceleration and long strides, and if threatened at close range, a single kick from its hind legs can be powerful enough to seriously injure or deter an attacker. By feeding on the upper canopy of trees, giraffes help shape the structure of the landscape, preventing overgrowth and encouraging plant diversity below. Their role extends far beyond survival alone. They are an essential link in the food web. Through their daily movements and feeding habits, giraffes contribute to the balance and resilience of the ecosystem. Standing as one of the quiet guardians of the African savanna, and so, This journey through the realm of wildlife comes to an end, a world where survival is not an act of heroism, but a relentless necessity. Here, conflicts are not fought for glory or triumph, but for one more heartbeat, one more step forward, one fleeting chance to remain alive. Every encounter leaves unseen scars, exhausted bodies, watchful eyes, and silences heavy with loss. This is the true face of the wild, raw, uncompromising, and profoundly real. A reminder that existence in its purest form has always been a struggle, and will remain so as long as the heart of nature continues to beat. In the wild, the greatest confrontations rarely begin with a sudden strike. They emerge from stillness. Across the planet's harshest landscapes, every heartbeat carries a warning, and every glance reflects careful calculation weighing strength, distance, and the fragile chances of survival. Nothing unfolds by accident here. Each movement is shaped by countless generations of evolution. Within these unforgiving environments, predators and prey study one another with intense focus. A single misstep can determine fate. The air grows heavy with tension as bodies ready themselves to flee, to hunt, or to endure. Life and death are often separated by mere seconds, and only those that interpret their surroundings with precision can continue their journey. These encounters are not random acts of aggression. They are powerful displays of instinct, strategy, and adaptation. Every chase, every ambush, and every act of resistance plays a role in sustaining the balance of entire ecosystems, reminding us that struggle is an essential thread in the fabric of the natural world. As the sun slips behind the rim of the crater, deep roars echo across the steep cliffs. These calls are more than territorial warnings. They are declarations of dominance. The lion, the apex predator of the Ngorongoro crater, proclaims its authority. Research suggests that this region is home to roughly 65 to 75 lions organized into about 8 prides with a density of nearly 20 to 25 individuals across 63 square kilometers. The males of Ngorongoro are especially striking, known for their impressive dark manes. The color and size of a mane are influenced by genetics, hormones, and climate. Males with darker, almost black manes often have higher testosterone levels, greater reproductive success, and longer lifespans. In this crater, more than 60% of adult males display these darker manes. During contests for dominance, such a mane serves not only as an intimidating signal, but also as an attractive trait to females. Yet this strength has deep origins. The dark-maned lions of Ngorongoro descend from a population shaped by extreme survival. In the past, disease dramatically reduced their numbers, leaving only a small group behind. From those few survivors, the entire population was rebuilt. It is a story of resilience. Though not without consequences. This close lineage means many individuals share remarkably similar genetic traits, forming a dynasty forged in isolation. Within the crater, limited space and abundant prey force. Prides to live in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of territorial conflict. From opposite sides, 2 adult males approach. There is no retreat. Their roars shake the landscape, signaling an unavoidable clash. They collide with immense Alkud bodies weighing close to 180 kilograms. Claws tear into the earth and sharp teeth flash as each aims for the other's neck. This confrontation determines far more than control of land. At stake is the right to pass on their lineage and assert lasting dominance. In the ecosystem of Ngorongoro, the victor claims the territory and access to females while the defeated is driven away, losing his place within the social order. In Ngorongoro, the rhythm of the hunt reflects constant flexibility and adaptation. While males devote much of their time to patrolling and defending territory, it is the lionesses who lead the hunt with precision and coordination. Across most of Africa, lions succeed in only 18 to 30% of their attempts. Here, however, success rates can rise to 35 or even 40%, driven by the abundance of herbivores and cooperative techniques refined over generations. As the last light of evening fades and heat lingers in the tall grass, tension builds. A pride has just taken down a zebra. For a moment, the victory seems secure, but at the edges of the scene, shadowy figures begin to emerge, spotted hyenas. Not one, but many. Then suddenly a sharp, eerie laugh cuts through the silence, a direct and unmistakable challenge. Encounters between these two dominant predators of the Ngorongoro crater are far from rare. Their rivalry stretches back through generations. The crater itself acts like a natural enclosure, an ecological pressure chamber. With limited space and no easy escape routes, confrontations between lions and hyenas occur more frequently, and with greater intensity than in most other ecosystems. The hyenas here are anything but mere scavengers. They are highly effective hunters, often bold enough to confront lions and steal their kills. In this enclosed world, the traditional rules of the savanna seem to shift constantly. With an estimated population ranging from 380 to over 470 individuals, the spotted hyena stands as the most numerous large carnivore in the crater. Recent observations reveal at least 8 distinct clans, some numbering up to 80 members, all thriving within territories of no more than 40 square kilometers. Their competition with lions extends far beyond a single carcass. At such high densities, conflict can erupt almost daily. While a lion may hold the advantage in sheer strength, hyenas rely on numbers and coordinated tactics to level the balance. This ongoing cycle of confrontation has shaped a unique ecological dynamic, one where nothing is certain and strength alone does not always decide the outcome. Hyenas do not exist as isolated individuals. Each clan functions as a highly structured matriarchal society, where a dominant female leads and rank is passed from mother to daughter. When males reach maturity, they cannot remain within their birth clan. Instead, they must leave and seek acceptance in another group to reproduce. This system helps prevent inbreeding within the crater's confined environment. In this closed world, a young male's departure is not an act of desperation, but a calculated step towards survival. An unseen network seems to guide him, familiar scents carried on the wind, subtle echoes of kinship among distant clans. It is an ancient form of social awareness that ensures opportunity even far from where he was born. Often males move toward clans where a sibling or a member of their generation has already settled, increasing their chances of acceptance and reproductive success. Their survival also depends on an extraordinary communication system. Laughter-like calls, low growls, sharp yelps, and powerful vocal signals can travel across great distances. Within the enclosed world of Ngorongoro, these sounds are more than noise. They are the voice of a resilient, ever-changing ecosystem deeply woven together by connection and competition. One of Africa's most formidable forces moves across the savanna, the African buffalo. Unlike its domesticated relatives, this species possesses a massive muscular body that can exceed 900 kilograms. Its wide, curved horns merge at the base into a solid structure known as a boss, forming a natural shield that provides remarkable protection against predators. This feature gives the buffalo a defensive advantage few large mammals can match. They live in large herds that can number in the hundreds. Within the group, cohesion and discipline are essential for survival. Whether crossing dry plains or moving through rivers, they maintain tight formations. Calves and weaker individuals stay protected in the center, while the strongest males position themselves along the perimeter, ready to confront any threat. This living fortress proves highly effective, allowing the herd to withstand attacks from even the most powerful predators of the savanna. Their senses of smell and hearing are highly developed, compensating for relatively poor eyesight. At the slightest unfamiliar sound carried by the wind, the herd halts and raises its heads in unison, alert and watchful. When lions or hyenas are detected, the buffalo quickly group together, forming a defensive line. Dominant males move forward, charging with force and swinging their horns to push predators back. In many cases, the entire herd counterattacks, turning what began as a hunt into a dangerous situation for the hunters themselves. There are numerous accounts of lions being seriously injured or even killed after being struck by a buffalo's horns. Yet despite their strength, river crossings remain one of the most dangerous moments for the species. In deeper waters, Nile crocodiles lie in wait, ready to strike when an individual becomes separated. Calves and weakened adults are especially vulnerable. When a buffalo is dragged beneath the water, the herd often pauses and several males may rush in to attempt a rescue. This bold response can sometimes force the predator to release its grip. During the dry season, buffalo must travel long distances in search of water. Fatigue weakens the herd, creating more opportunities for lions to attack. In these critical moments, cooperation becomes vital. If the herd fragments, isolated individuals rarely survive. But when they remain united, they become a powerful force capable of driving off even large groups of lions. The African buffalo is also known for its unpredictable temperament. It may appear calm while grazing, yet even a small disturbance can trigger a sudden and forceful charge. This behavior has made the buffalo one of the animals responsible for the highest number of human fatalities in Africa, surpassing even some major predators. With its immense strength, speed, and deadly horns, it commands deep respect. Its ecological role is equally significant. As herds move across the land, their hooves break up old vegetation, encouraging new growth. They also disperse seeds through their dung, contributing to the regeneration of plant life across the savanna. At the same time, they serve as a vital food source for large predators, holding a key position within the food chain. On the plains of Botswana, a herd forming a defensive circle stands as a powerful example of collective strength. In an environment where every species struggles to endure, unity becomes the foundation of survival. For lions or crocodiles, bringing down even a single buffalo is never easy. For the herd, staying together is the strongest shield against any threat. Just to the north, the plains of the Serengeti stretch out like an endless ocean of grass. This is far more than a simple natural setting. It is one of the most extraordinary wildlife spectacles still found on Earth. Each year, between 1.5 and 2 million wildebeest joined by over 200,000 zebras. Around 500,000 gazelles and tens of thousands of elands set out on a journey exceeding 800 kilometers across the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. If the Great Migration is nature's grand symphony, then the Serengeti is its orchestra, the stage where life's rhythms are born, repeated, and transformed in an endless cycle spanning more than 14,700 square kilometers in northern Tanzania. Here, life does more than survive. It flourishes with an intensity rarely matched anywhere else. The name Serengeti derived from the Maasai language, meaning endless plains, reflects not only the vastness of the land, but also the constant motion and renewal of life. As the rains fade and clouds lift from the southern highlands, the Ndutu region near the Ngorongoro Conservation Area becomes the starting point of this immense journey. The soil in this area is rich with layers of ancient volcanic ash built up over thousands of years. This creates grasslands packed with minerals such as potassium, calcium, and silica. Allowing vegetation to grow rapidly and reach nutritional levels up to 25% higher than those found in the more neutral soils of the north. For this reason, between January and March, vast herds of wildebeest, zebras, and gazelles gather in this region. Grant's zebras lead the migration, guided as if by an inherited memory etched deep within their instincts. Their path is not random, it follows a biological map passed down through generations. Within the Serengeti Mara system, nearly 200,000 Grant's zebras take part in this annual movement. Compared to the more slender build of the wildebeest, these zebras have a sturdy frame weighing between 220 and 300 kilograms. Though they are the smallest zebra subspecies, they are remarkably resilient, capable of sustaining the long and demanding pace of migration. Their black and white stripes serve more than a visual purpose. They help regulate body temperature, enabling them to endure the dry heat of the tropical plains. Acting as the pioneers of the journey, they feed first on the taller, tougher grasses that many other herbivores avoid. By clearing this rough upper layer, they reveal fresh, nutrient-rich shoots beneath exactly the type of vegetation preferred by wildebeest. This creates one of the most remarkable symbiotic relationships of the migration, a silent partnership that keeps one of Earth's greatest natural cycles in motion. While the zebras guide the route, the blue wildebeest takes center stage in one of the planet's most impressive birth events. Each year, within just a few weeks between February and March, around 500,000 calves are born. Nearly 8,000 new lives every single day. This synchronized birthing is no coincidence, but a highly effective survival strategy overwhelming predators such as lions, hyenas, and cheetahs, which can only capture a small fraction of this surge of life. Once the calving season ends and the tender grasses are depleted, the land begins to dry and crack under the first intense sun of the dry season. This marks the beginning of the true migration. No other mammal dominates this movement in sheer numbers. Each year, between 1.5 and 1.7 million wildebeest move as one. An adult typically weighs between 180 and 250 kilograms, built for endurance rather than speed. By mid-year, the journey grows more perilous. Rivers become the greatest obstacles along the route. At the Grumeti River, calves born just months earlier begin to feel the strain of the long trek, and the water's edge becomes both a necessity and a danger. Beneath the surface, hundreds of Nile crocodiles remain motionless, waiting. Some wildebeest are seized and dragged under by these hidden predators. Others freeze, watching as unseen giants rise from the water to claim members of their herd. It is a stark reminder that within the Great Migration, every step carries the weight of survival or sacrifice. By July, the herds push northward. The land rises, the air grows drier, and the sky seems to open endlessly above them. The northern Serengeti reveals a different kind of beauty marked by scattered kopias, granite outcrops rising like islands from a sea of golden grass. These natural formations serve as perfect vantage points for lion prides watching the vast herds from a distance. But in August, everything changes. The Mara River stands in their path, redefining the course of the migration. It divides the landscape and creates one of the most dramatic crossings in the natural world. Unlike the Grumeti, the Mara is deeper, its currents faster, and its waters filled with an even greater concentration of crocodiles. Here, one of the most raw and awe-inspiring spectacles in nature unfolds. Thousands of wildebeest gather at the river's edge, calling out and pressing forward, driven by instinct before plunging into the churning water. What awaits them is a deadly corridor filled with hidden predators. Yet within this chaos, a striking paradox emerges. The mass loss of wildebeest during these crossings is not simply an end. It becomes the beginning of another cycle. Vast amounts of organic matter settle along the riverbed, creating a powerful surge of nutrients that can last for months. Released elements like nitrogen and phosphorus nourish entire communities of fish, insects, and algae, transforming loss into a vital force that sustains the ecosystem. The Nile crocodiles inhabiting these waters are among the most formidable predators in the region. Adult individuals typically measure between 3.5 and 5 meters, while dominant specimens can reach up to 6 meters and weigh more than 680 kilograms. Beneath their thick skin lies a layer of bony plates known as osteoderms, natural armor that turns them into living tanks beneath the surface. Their eyes, nostrils, and ears are positioned on top of the head, allowing them to remain almost entirely submerged while observing everything above the waterline. Their bite is one of the most powerful in the animal kingdom, capable of crushing the bones of large herbivores such as wildebeest and zebra. Rather than chewing, they seize their prey with immense force, drag it into the water, and perform a violent rotational movement to break it apart. At key crossing points like the Mara River, the arrival of migrating herds signals a season of abundance for these predators. When tens of thousands of animals enter the river in a single day, crocodiles no longer need to hunt actively. The current delivers prey directly to them. And paradoxically, the greater the number of animals crossing at once, the higher the chances of survival for each individual. The wildebeest seem to sense this instinctively. If they succeed in crossing the Mara River, they will reach the Masai Mara National Reserve, a vast expanse of green pastures often seen as the destination that sustains the continuation of their journey. Across Africa's vast open plains, small groups of antelope move carefully through the tall grass. They are among the most abundant herbivores of the savanna and serve as a vital food source for many predators. With slender bodies weighing between 40 and 80 kilograms, antelope are built for speed and agility. They can reach speeds close to 80 kilometers per hour and, more importantly, shift direction in an instant to evade danger. In this environment, their most formidable opponent is the cheetah. Unlike lions that rely on teamwork or crocodiles that depend on ambush, the cheetah relies almost entirely on raw speed. Once it identifies a target, often a young or isolated individual, it begins a low, silent approach, closing the distance with careful precision. Its lightweight frame, highly flexible spine, and powerful hind legs allow it to accelerate to over 95 kilometers per hour in just seconds. The long tail acts like a rudder, stabilizing the body during sharp, high-speed turns. When the gap narrows to less than 45 meters, the cheetah unleashes a sudden burst of speed, launching into a full sprint. The chase rarely lasts more than 30 seconds, but within that brief window, everything is decided. The antelope reacts instantly, darting in zigzags and changing direction repeatedly to disrupt the attack. Often this strategy works. A sudden turn can throw the cheetah off balance, making it impossible to recover in time. But when the strike is precise, the predator's claws grip tightly and its jaws close around the prey's throat. Death comes quickly and without sound. The cheetah must conserve energy and avoid drawing attention. Unlike lions, it does not share its meal. It must eat alone and fast, as hyenas, vultures, or even larger predators may attempt to steal the kill at any moment. To reduce this risk, it drags the carcass into cover and feeds as rapidly as possible, gaining the energy needed to survive, and in the case of females, to nourish their cubs. For the herd, the loss of one individual is part of the natural balance. For the cheetah, that single moment means survival. The encounter between antelope and cheetah is a precise expression of evolution itself. Speed against speed, reflex against reflex. Each pursuit is a test of extreme adaptation, where only the fastest and most resilient endure, passing their traits on to the next generation. As the midday sun beats down on the Mara River, the surface begins to stir. From the murky water, massive gray shapes emerge, bulging eyes, small ears, and enormous heads breaking through the reflective surface. They are hippopotamuses, the largest semi-aquatic mammals in Africa, and among the most aggressive animals on the continent. An adult can exceed 4 tons in weight and stretch beyond 4 meters in length. Their skin, nearly 5 centimeters thick, acts as natural armor. Combined with curved tusks that can reach half a meter, these features make the hippo a force capable of overpowering almost any rival. For most of the day, they remain submerged to avoid overheating, exposing only their eyes, ears, and nostrils just enough to observe their surroundings while staying protected. At night, they leave the water in small groups and move on to the open plains to feed. A single individual can consume more than 70 kilograms of grass in one night. Despite their strictly herbivorous diet, their territorial behavior is intensely aggressive. Any creature that enters their aquatic domain is treated as a threat, whether it is a crocodile, a lion, or even a human. This aggression becomes immediate during confrontations. If a Nile crocodile approaches an area where calves are present, an adult female will attack without hesitation. She opens her jaws to an almost full angle, revealing massive tusks while releasing a deep, resonant roar that echoes across the river. A single bite can crush a crocodile's skull. In many cases, the reptile retreats, surrendering control of the shoreline to the true dominant force. Males are equally intolerant of intrusion. They mark territory by spinning their tails as they defecate, spreading scent as a warning. When another male ignores this signal, conflict becomes inevitable. Two enormous bodies collide violently, striking with heads and tusks. Deep wounds can stain the water red. These battles are not random. They determine hierarchy and control over the most valuable sections of the river. Within the Mara ecosystem, the hippo plays a crucial ecological role. Their constant movement between water and land creates natural channels, while their waste enriches the river with nutrients that sustain fish and microorganisms, supporting the entire aquatic food chain. Their presence is both a danger to intruders and a stabilizing force within the river system. Hippos also maintain a structured social system. They live in large groups, sometimes numbering in the dozens, led by a dominant male. He defends the territory while females and calves form the core of the group. When danger appears, they cluster together, turning the river into a domain few predators dare to challenge. Even so, calves remain the most vulnerable. Many fall prey to crocodiles when they stray too far from their mothers, while others may die during clashes between adult males. Those that survive grow rapidly, reaching over a ton in just a few years. Once fully mature, very few animals in the ecosystem can challenge a healthy hippo. For other species, their presence is a clear warning. Buffalo herds often choose to drink in areas where hippos are absent, while zebras and migrating wildebeest tend to cross the river at points where they are less concentrated. For human communities living near rivers like the Nile and the Mara, the danger is real. A single charge can be fatal. For these reasons, the hippopotamus has long been considered more deadly than many land predators. All these traits establish it as the true ruler of the river. Even the formidable Nile crocodile often yields to its dominance. In the waters of the Mara, if the crocodile is the silent executioner, the hippo stands as the visible warrior, asserting absolute authority over its domain. And so these stories of the animal kingdom's most intense encounters come to an end. They are not tales of glory or absolute victory, but real moments where every heartbeat carries a warning in a world that offers no pause. In the wild, every glance is a decision, a silent calculation between pressing forward or giving in, between attack and escape. Here, conflict does not arise from cruelty, but from necessity. Each encounter reflects a delicate balance that has allowed life to endure for millions of years. Some survive, others fall, yet both are part of the same cycle that keeps ecosystems alive and in motion. These moments remind us that nature does not exist for spectacle but for continuity. To understand it is the first step toward respecting and protecting it. Because when an ecosystem breaks, it is not only species that disappear, entire stories are lost, never to be told again. If this journey through the wild has made you feel, reflect, or see nature from a new perspective, consider liking the video and subscribing to Beast Call Nature. Your support helps us continue sharing real stories from the natural world, told with honesty, respect, and a deep sense of wonder.